reading stars. I'm going to have, okay, book burritos, would you quietly come on up over here, and reading stars over here on my left. Come on up. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the rules really quickly. So teams who are up here especially, paying attention to this, I'll let Caitlin get situated. So each team today is going to get 5 points. We're going to go back and forth. So one team will get a question first, and the other team will get the question. When we do this, the first question will be a question where you're going to need to give the title of the book. If you get that correct, you get 5 points. You have 30 seconds to confer and talk with your teammates. After the 30 seconds, you either have to quickly give the answer or time's up. And then you lose your turn in the other team, and then steal and answer that question, and they can get the 5 points. Did I say the author? Sorry. So you do the title first. Sorry if I said that backwards. And then if you get it correct, you do the authors. Yes, thank you. So back and forth. 10 points is the most you can get in a round. If you steal the author question, so let's say it was them first, you stole the question, the next question would still go to you, it would be yours next. For the first question, where you're guessing the title, you have 30 seconds, like I said, to talk with your team. When I ask you for the author's name, you have 15 seconds. So that one you have to come up with quickly. And we do have somebody who's doing the timer. So Mrs. Armstrong will yell time when the time is up. We also have a scorekeeper over here helping us, so you can see the 2 sides and what your score will be. Like I said, at the end of the round, whoever has the most points will move on in the tournament and will come back up later. Whoever has the fewest points, single elimination, so you are out at that time. For the author's name, it has to be the last name. It's okay if you say the first and last name, but it has to include the last name. If you say it even close to correctly, I will give you the points. This is not a pronunciation competition. But it has to have most of the sounds of the author's name. I have to know you know what we're talking about. So if you said Kilgore, 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 you know, but at least resembles it in some way, you'll get it. Any questions before we start? Heidi? No? Yeah. Oh no, she says if you steal, so like let's say you're stealing their title of the book question, do you get an additional 30 seconds? No. If you steal it and I go to you, then I'll just say. No, the title. Yeah, but you're not going to get another. The title first, then the author. Well, I do think I give you time to talk to your team when you steal it. Yeah. Yes, you do. You'll get 30 seconds for your team, yeah. Because you won't have to, yeah. Okay. So let me go through that and really clarify. So, the first time it's first time it's asked, you'll get 30 seconds. Let's pretend you got it incorrect so that it goes to them. You've already heard the question and you already had time to talk to your teammates, so then you only get 15 seconds to steal and give the answer. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Yes. You're not allowed to steal the author points, only the first question title. Yes. Okay. Just keep mine back really quickly. Okay, the book burritos, I'm going to have you introduce yourselves first. Okay, I'm going to switch. Here's your name. Would you say your name and your teacher?
My name is Emma, and I'm in Miss Adams' class. My name is Helen Meyer, and I'm in Miss Adams' class. My name is Rita, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name's Elaine, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name's Chloe Sable, and I'm in Miss Adams' class.
Okay, so we talked ahead of time before the live stream was happening, but remember, it's okay to be having fun with your teammates, but you don't want to get so silly that you are taking away from doing a good job. So just a reminder. Okay, the reading stars. Go ahead.
My name is Ananya, and I'm in I'm in Miss Adams. My name is Hadley Wells, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Sydney, and I'm in Kerr's class. My name is Maddie, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Caitlin, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Ronnie, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
Okay, the last reminder, remember, the person who has the mic, you can choose to pass it on if you do not want to be a person who speaks in the microphone. However, only the person with the microphone can give the official answer. Keep it, if you want to just hold it. Sorry, I lost my place up. Only the person holding the mic can give the official answer, but you can talk to your teammates. Remember, 30 seconds before you give the answer on. Yes. Yep. Take turns. Pass it just down the line, myself. Okay, audience, thank you for doing a good job so far. If you feel like you're going to talk to someone on your team, or you feel like you're going to have a tough hard time being quiet, feel free to do it if you need to, but I think they'll do a great job. Okay. Round one. Question one. Okay. Book burritos, this is your question. In which book does it take a great stink for a government to approve of a new plan for sewers?
The Great Stink.
That is correct. Author's name.
Joseph P.F.
KF is correct. So I will take that. All right. Here's your first question. In which book is there a character named Mrs. Utari who helps check on someone when they aren't feeling well?
When the world turned upside down.
That is correct. What is the author's name?
Kay Hyper.
That is correct. All right, so both teams have 10 points. All right, here's your second question. Which book opens with Tulsa, Oklahoma as the setting?
Unspeakable.
Correct. Author's last name?
Carol Boston Weatherford.
Correct. All right. In which book did a character's sweets go missing from his things?
A place to hang there.
Correct. Author's name?
Kate Alice.
That is correct. Okay. In which book does the main character give her mom a notebook of all the ugly words she has ever said to her?
Starfish?
That is correct. Author's name?
Lisa Phipps.
That is correct. Okay, in which book does the illustrator have a family member who lived through the book's horrific events?
Long Road to the Circus.
You know what? I will have to check that. So I'm going to give you a different question because I don't know if that is correct or not. So, new question, and we'll start over on the time, okay? Let's do question 11 then. In which book did a friend call the main character at midnight and want her to sneak out of the house?
Alone.
That is incorrect. In which book did a friend call the main character at midnight and want her to sneak out of the house? You only have 15 seconds.
A place to hang the moon.
That is incorrect. The correct answer was Red's Dogs. Okay, this is your question. Now I'm going back to 7. In which book does a girl move into her grandma's house with her mom and sisters?
365 Days to Alaska.
That is correct. Author's name?
Car.
Car is correct. Now, here's your question. In which book could the main character's mother peel a whole apple, making one long looping strand of peel?
Long Road to the Circus.
That's correct. Author's name?
Betsy Bird.
Correct. Okay, here's your question. In which book do scientists experiment with an extremely powerful weapon in a New Mexico desert?
Fallout.
That is correct. Author's name?
Shenton.
Shinkin is correct. Okay, this is your question. In what book is a girl's nickname Lightning?
Fast Pitch.
That is correct. Author's name?
Nick Stone.
That is correct. Okay. I'm going to give you each one more question. Okay, so this is your last question. is there a mode of transportation called the Yellow Submarine?
Flight of the Puffin?
That is incorrect. In which book is there a mode of transportation called the Yellow Submarine?
Fallout?
That is incorrect. It was the Lion of Mars. Okay, here's your question. In which book is the main character's mom one of her biggest bullies?
Starfish.
Correct. Author's last name?
Lisa Phipps.
That is correct. That means I think we have a tie. Wow, we have a tie. So I actually forgot to talk about this. This is perfect and exciting. If we get to the end of our round and there is a tie, then we move on to the quotes. So we have, each team will get 2 quotes. It works the same way. I'll give you a quote from a book, one of the William Allen White books. First, guess the title. If you get the title correct, then you guess the author's name, the same amount of time, everything like that, but it is a quote from the book. So it's text taken from the book. Okay, so this is your turn. So 17. I wish we had something to give them. And then I remembered the little chocolate heart in my pocket.
Shelter.
That is correct. Author's name?
Madison.
I heard it correctly the first time. Matheson is correct, so I will give that to you. Okay, here's your quote. I deserve to be seen, to be noticed, to be heard, to be treated like a human.
Alone?
That is incorrect. Okay, this is yours to steal. I deserve to be seen, to be noticed, to be heard, to be treated like a human.
Stella.
Incorrect. It was starfish. Okay, this is your quote now. Since that was one you were stealing. This is the last quote for your team. Below him, the Brooklyn Bridge stretched across the East River, as tiny as a model train set. He was almost 1,000 feet in the air. But this time, there was no window between him and the open sky.
Ground Zero.
Ground Zero is correct. Author's name?
Alan Grant.
Alan Gratz is correct. Okay, this is your last book. But we were born in the same place. Both of us have lots of relatives around. You never said anything about hating it before. No guess? You have time for a guess.
Redstones.
Incorrect. Okay. But we were born in the same place. Both of us have lots of relatives around. You never said anything about hating it before.
Alone.
Incorrect. It was Long Road to the Circus, a conversation between the main character and her uncle. All right. So a round of applause for these two teams. I know they both read so much this past year. Congratulations to the book burritos, but good job to the reading stars. Okay. The next two teams, the William Allen White girls are going to come up on this side, and Womp Womp 49ers. Okay, in just a moment, I'm going to have you introduce yourselves. Before we start, though, are there any questions from either team? Okay, go
My
ahead.
name is Annabelle and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Audra and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Reese and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Nicole and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Ariana and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Peyton and I'm in Mr. Kerr's.
All right, gentlemen, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Say your name.
My name is Eli and I'm in this class. My name is Claire and I'm in Mr. Fall's class.
My name is Alex and I am in Mr. Fall's.
My name is Drew and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Sullivan and I'm in Miss Adams' class.
All right, go ahead and pass the mic to the person who's going to start for your team. We're going to start with the William Allen White girls first. So this is your first question, ladies. Any questions before we start? We're good? Okay. Audience, thank you for doing a good job. Done a nice job quietly listening. Thank you. Keep it up. In which book did people send money to help those in need in Ireland due to the potato famine? I don't like the way this question's worded.
When the world turned upside down.
I think I'm going to give you a different question. Sorry. Okay, we're going to go to number 2. So, start there. In which book does the main character want to be like the famous Madame Marinette?
Starfish.
That is incorrect. In which book does the main character want to be like the famous Madame Marinette?
Fast pitch.
That is incorrect. The correct answer was Long Road to the Circus. She's going riding the ostriches. Okay, this is your question. Womp Womp 49ers. In which book does the main character finally learn to love herself, regardless of her weight?
Starfish.
Correct. Author's last name.
Phipps.
Phipps is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book are the main characters trying to get away from what they believe is a moving mountain?
Ground Zero.
That's incorrect.
What's one animal?
Once Upon a Cable is correct.
Built.
You cannot steal the author's name, but that's correct. So they got 5 points. They stole the correct title. You got 5 points for that. Okay. So they have 15. Yeah. question now. We're on number 5, but this is their second. Okay. In which book did the main character's sibling find a map under her bed?
The 365 Days to Alaska.
That is incorrect. In which book did the main character's sibling find a map under her bed?
When the World Turned Upside Down.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is Long Road to the Circus. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a man dig tunnels to help people find freedom into another part of the city?
Unspeakable.
That is incorrect. In which book does a man dig tunnels to help people find freedom into another part of the city?
The Great Sing.
That's incorrect. Correct answer is Fallout in Berlin. Okay, this is your question. Which book honors the soldiers who honor the fallen?
21 Steps.
Correct. Author's name?
Gospel.
That's correct. All right, this is your question. In which book, when a boy turned 13, does the epidemic cholera take 6,536 people's lives?
The Great Sting.
That is correct. Author's name? Answer. Okay. The answer was Pape, Colleen Pape. Okay. This is their question. Because they got the title right, but not the author. Okay. This is your question. In which book did a character tell a story about a goat that had once eaten a 3-foot garden hose?
Once Upon a Camel.
That is incorrect. In which book did a character tell a story about a goat that had once eaten a 3-foot garden hose?
Long Road to the Circus.
That is incorrect. It's a place to hang the moon. Okay, so this is your question. In which book does a boy throw a firecracker at a girl in a dry forest?
Fallout.
Incorrect.
Starfish.
That is incorrect. The correct answer was Stella. Okay, this is your question. In which book did the main character's mom make rabbit casserole to serve at her birthday party?
365 Days to Alaska.
That is correct. Author's name?
Kathy Carr.
Kathy Carr is correct. And that is the end of our round. Okay, sorry. So this is the last question. But that should be, they each get one more. Okay, that's what you're saying. But I started with them. 10 questions total. You're right. Okay. So they each get one more because they should be the last one we read. Yes, okay. Here's your last question. In which book does a group of people genetically modify themselves to have transparent skin?
Asking some data.
That is correct. Author's name? Okay, the answer was Donna Higuera. Okay, this is your final question. In which book did a character admit he didn't know how to play to another child? So he admitted to another child he didn't know how to play.
I'll place the hangman.
That is incorrect. So in which book did a character admit to another child that he didn't know how to play?
Unspeakable.
Incorrect. It was the Lion of Mars. All right. Let's give a round of applause for Okay, the next set of city kitties who would like their name to be changed to the cool kids are going to be on this side, and the A squad is going to be on this side. So cool kids will come by. Okay, we're going to introduce ourselves. Does anybody have a question before we start? No? Okay. A squad, you start first.
I'm Claire Duncan, and I'm in Miss Adams' class. I'm Megan Host, and I'm in Mr. Falls. I'm Karen, and I'm in Mr. Falls' class. I'm Isabel Duncan, and I'm in Miss Adams' class. I'm Olivia Hewhawk, and I'm in Mr. Falls' class. I'm Amelia, and I'm in Mrs. Adams' class.
All right, go ahead.
I'm Thomas, and I'm in Mr. Falls' class.
I'm Adrian, and I'm in Mr. Cole's class.
I'm Sebastian, and I'm in Mr. Falls' class.
I'm Berkeley and I'm in Miss Adams' class.
I'm Anthony, and I'm in Mrs. Adams' class.
Okay. A squad, you will go first. So here's your first question. In which book is the first flush toilet installed at Richmond Palace?
The Great Stink.
That's correct. Author's name.
Pave.
Correct. Okay, here's your first question. In which book is a girl's dad hit by a car while he is riding his bicycle?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name.
Christine Madison.
Yes, it is. Matheson. Okay. In which book do the main character's grandparents live in Honduras?
Venezuela.
Say that again. That is Incorrect. The main character in Ground Zero. His grandparents live in Honduras. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a dog not like her crate because it makes her feel like she is all alone?
Wise Dog?
That is incorrect.
Stella?
Correct. But you can't steal the author's last name. Okay, this is now your question. In which book do the characters use a dolly to collect recycling in their building?
When the World Turned Upside Down?
Correct. Author's name.
K.A. Burrow?
That's correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book do the characters attend a festival in Cappadocia or Cappadocia?
Road to the Circus?
Incorrect, but good guess. In which book do the characters attend a festival in Cappadocia or Cappadocia?
The Fallout?
Incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel, before the camel came to the U.S. Okay, this is your questions. A squad. In which book did the main character teach her class about her culture during an online presentation?
When the World Turned Upside Down?
Incorrect. In which book did the main character teach her class about her culture during an online presentation? Okay, it was Res Dogs. That's the other one that takes place during COVID. Okay, this is your question, cool kids. In which book do two world superpowers compete for dominance?
Unspeakable?
Incorrect. In which book do two world superpowers compete for dominance?
A Place to Hang the Moon?
Incorrect. Yeah, it's more than two. That book takes place in World War II, so I know what you're saying, but it's not just two world powers or superpowers. It's Fallout, when the Soviet Union was trying to compete against the United States. So incorrect. So here's your question. In which book is there an algae farm?
Lion of Mars?
That is correct. Author's name.
Holmes?
Correct. Jennifer Holmes. Okay, here's your question. In which book did the main character know they were going the wrong way because he could smell a store called Body Shop?
Long Road to the Circus?
Incorrect.
365 Days to Alaska?
Incorrect. Body Shop's sort of like a Bed Bath & Beyond type store. It's Ground Zero. Or that's what I meant. Bath & Body Works. Thank you. I got the wrong B's. Bath & Body Works, is what I meant. So the bottom of the towers have like shopping All right, this is your question, squad. In which book does a girl find a little brown book inside of an old trunk? That's incorrect. Okay, in which book does a girl find a little brown book inside of an old trunk? Quick.
Starfish.
That is incorrect. It was fast pitch. Fast pitch. Okay, this is your question, and this is the last question. In which book does a girl take French as one of her classes?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name.
Matheson.
That is correct, Matheson. All right, that is the end of round 3. Congratulations to both teams. Chase Squad will be moving on. But the cool kids are still cool. Okay, we need the book lines over here and the Incredibles over here. The audience has been doing a really, really good job, so please keep it up. You've been polite, you've not. I haven't been distracted at all, so keep it up. It really makes the tournament better when we have a really good audience. Okay. The Incredibles, introduce yourselves first.
My name is Edward and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name's Grayson and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Tyson and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name is Bryson and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name's Decker and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
All right, book line. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Levi and I'm Mr. Paul's class.
Hi, my name is Mr. Falls. My name is Conley and I'm in Mr. Falls' class.
My name is Emma and I'm in Mr. Paul's class. I'm also the overall listener.
My name is Ethan and I'm in Mr. Falls' class.
Just a reminder, if we have any people in the audience who are having a hard time staying calm, cool, collected, we will have you needed, okay? I think that will be an issue, but this is recording. All right, we're going to start over here with the Incredibles first. Here's your question. In which book does a girl use hydrogen peroxide to clean a leg wound from gashing it on a basement cell to escape a tornado?
Hello.
Correct. Author's name.
Megan E. Freeman.
That is correct. Okay, here's your first question. In which book does the main character's brother run off to join the Taliban?
Ground Zero.
That is correct. Author's name?
Alan Grass.
Correct. Here's your question. In which book does a group of kids eat lunch together in a teacher's classroom and play dominoes?
Starfish.
Incorrect.
Shelter.
Incorrect. It was 365 days to Alaska. Okay, this is your question. In which book do characters ask others to take a pledge and put it in a pledge box?
Fallout.
Incorrect.
Shelter.
Incorrect. It was when the world turned upside down. Okay, this is your question, Incredibles. In which book was the main character a former racing star?
Fast Pitch.
Incorrect.
Thomas Hamill.
That is correct. Okay, can't steal the author's name, but you got 5 points for the title. Okay, this is your question. In which book are rescue dogs and police sent to search for a missing girl in the forest?
Red Dogs.
Incorrect. But a good guess.
Stella.
That is correct. So you get the 5 points for the title, but not the author. Okay, this is your question now. In which book are more than 50 organizations called the Global Task Force planning to reduce death from disease by 90% by the year 2030?
Fallout.
Incorrect.
365 Days to Alaska.
Incorrect. This one, the key is reducing death from disease, it's the great stink. Eating that clean water. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character realize she's the only original member of her group to survive their journey through space?
The Lion on Mars.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character realize she is the only member of her group to survive their journey through space?
With the world turned upside down.
Incorrect. It's The Last Quintista. Okay, this is your team's question. In which book does a girl have a brother with epilepsy?
Place to hit the moon.
Incorrect.
Fast Pitch.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book do two friends see protesters while they are out walking dogs?
Stella.
Incorrect.
Unspeakable.
Incorrect. It's When the World Turned Upside Down. Okay, this is your question. This is your final question. In which book are boys told that throwing firecrackers at mailboxes could be a federal offense?
Shelter.
That is incorrect.
Stella.
That's correct. Okay, this is your last question. In which book did a girl go for a walk and end up 2 towns away, worrying her mother and grandmother?
Resdall.
Incorrect.
Stella.
Incorrect. 365 Days to Alaska. We have our finale. questions. So, let's give a round of applause to the incredible reading the book line. We'll be moving on to the next round. Okay, so now we are on. All 8 of our 4th grade teams have now completed, and we are down to our final 4 teams. So we are going to have the Reading Stars versus the Womp Womp 49ers. Oh, I'm sorry, the book burrito is the wrong one. Yeah, sorry, book burrito, sorry, Reading Stars. We're still starting. Okay. Thank you to the audience members and the teams for doing a really good job. Keep it up, okay? All right. Okay. We're going to wait one moment for a quick bathroom break, Joe. Since you've got the time, go ahead and reintroduce yourself if you want.
My name is
Go ahead, Eli. We'll switch it up.
My name is Eli, and I'm in Miss Adams' class. My name's Clay, and I'm in Mr. Fall's class. My name's Alex, and I'm in Mr. Fall's.
Quick reminder, you can have fun with your teammates, but being super silly this time is not appropriate. Go ahead, Drew.
My name is Drew.
No, I just gave a reminder to not be so silly. We're being serious.
My name is Drew, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name is Solomon, and I'm in Mrs. Adams' class.
Okay, do we need to take a break and go over the rules again? Because I said it twice. Okay, remember?
Take points up. Mark, keep doing your class.
I should have said it at the beginning, but, when we're doing something special, we represent ourselves, we're representing our family, we're representing our class, we're representing our school. So when people are watching you, they're thinking, okay, that's what that student is like, that's what that group of friends is like, that's what that class is like, that's what that school is like. Think about, how you want to be seen and represented. All right, ladies, quickly introduce yourselves.
My name is Chloe, and I'm from Mrs. Adams' class.
My name is Elaine, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class.
My name's Juanita, and I'm in Mr. Kerr's class. My name's Hadley Meyer, and I'm in Mrs. Adams' class.
My name's Emma, and I'm in Miss Adams' class.
All right, we are ready for the next round. So book burritos, you are up first. Question 1. In which book does the main character's mom want her daughter to have weight loss surgery, even though it could be very dangerous?
Starfish.
Correct. Author's name?
Lisa Phipps.
Correct. All right, your first question. In which book was an underground reservoir decorated with 100 colored oil lamps?
The Lion of Mars.
Incorrect.
Fallout.
Incorrect. It was the Great Stink. Okay, this is your question. In which book were the characters expected to help with ratting a farm? Ratting a farm.
A place to hang the moon.
Correct. Author's name?
Kate Elvis.
Correct. Okay, your question. In which book did white people resent the undeniable proof that African Americans could achieve just as much, if not more, than whites?
Unspeakable.
That is correct. Author's name?
Weatherford.
That is correct. Okay. In which book did a character take cover in a sturdy creosote bush until the wind from a storm died down?
Alone.
Good guess, incorrect.
Shelter.
Another good guess, incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel, and it was the camel. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character have to leave Earth with her family to survive?
The Last Christina.
That is correct. It's pronounced Quintista. But I will take that. Author's name?
Donna. Hydra.
That is correct. Okay, here's your question. In which book does a character treat an old friend badly and act fake to try to fit in?
Shelter.
That is incorrect. I might need to give you another question. Technically, that's kind of correct. It's not as... I'm going to give you a different question. The answer the librarians, when we wrote it, was when the world turned upside down. One of the main characters, her whole storyline of not being a very good friend. Okay, I'm going to give you question 13. And then we'll go back up. In which book does a girl visit her Uncle Jack and learn about her family's history?
That's bitch.
That is correct. Author's name?
Nick Stone.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. So we're on question 8. In which book does Adley keep others awake by snoring? I think that's a typo. Albie. In which book does Albie keep others awake by snoring?
Flying to Mars.
That is correct. Authors? That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book is a girl's classmate the girls' classmates talking all about the places they will travel to go skiing during winter break?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name?
Matheson.
That is correct. Okay. In which book are night soil men's occupation a very high-paying job? Night soil men's occupation a very high-paying job.
The Great Sea.
That is correct. Author's last name?
Pig.
Hayes is correct. Tough competition. Okay. In which book does a girl feed a crow that normally eats from the trash cans outside of her school?
365 Days to Alaska.
Correct. Author's name?
Carl.
Carr is correct. Okay. Here's your question. In which book does a character wake to find she has been sleeping for 300 years while traveling?
The Last Quintista.
That is correct. Author's name?
Hero. Donna Hero.
Yes, I hear Alex saying it correctly, and you're trying very good. Higuera or Higuera. That is correct. But we are set with a tie, 50-50. So now we are going to go to our quotes. So each team is going to get a quote from the book. Okay? This is your quote first. Neither young nor old, it comes, it goes, the same wind that crept around the massive feet of the dinosaurs now swirls around the toes of baby koalas.
Once upon a camel.
That is correct. Author's name.
Kathy Appelt.
That is correct. Got this complaint from the state health service lady, which is not unusual.
With the world turned upside down.
Incorrect. Got this complaint from the state health service lady, which is not unusual.
Starfish.
Incorrect. It was res dogs.
Oh.
Okay, this is your last quote. 6 days. That's how long we have before our first state matchup.
Fast pitch.
Correct. What is the author's name?
Nick Stone.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. Better had you thought of that before you attempted to remove your brother's ear.
Long road to the circus.
That is correct. Author's name.
Betsy Berger.
That is correct. Our final score. Wow, that is super close. 60-70. Congrats to both teams though for making it to the final four. The book burritos are moving on to the championship. Next up, the A Squad versus the Book Line. Over here. Sorry, but line over there. All right. Thank you, audience, for doing a great job. And all of the teams so far, way to go on really staying positive and being really good teammates. We talked ahead of time about how being positive, being a good teammate is really the way to have fun. And I'm really proud of all the fourth graders. Okay. So, A Squad, this is your question first. In which book does a character no longer have a Josephina American Girl doll?
When the world turned upside down.
That is incorrect.
Unspeakable.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is the last Quinty step. Okay, this is your question. In which book did a character check out a book from the library that was from 1877?
Place to hitting the moon.
Incorrect. Yes,
Long road to the circus.
that is correct. Long Road to the Circus. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girl play the position of softball catcher?
Fast pitch.
Correct. Author's name.
Stone.
Stone is correct. Okay. This is your question. In which book was a woman's lipstick repeatedly criticized by the characters? Incorrect. What's your guess?
Fallout?
Incorrect. It was a place to hang the moon, one of the foster moms. They said had terrible lipstick. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character's best friend move away right before they start middle school?
Starfish?
Correct. Author's last name?
Fibs?
Phipps is correct. In which book are there no easy answers for the President of the United States?
Fallout?
Fallout is correct. Author's name?
Alan Grass?
Incorrect. Good guess. It's Steve Shankin. Okay. This is your question. Fallout. But they got the author's name. Incorrect. Yes, they got 5. Okay. We're good? Question 7. In which book did the main character's mother call her a warrior girl?
Shelter?
Incorrect.
Starfish?
Incorrect. It was Res Dogs. Okay, this is your question book, Lions. In which book is a thriving black community completely destroyed because of rumors and racism?
Unspeakable?
Correct. Author's name?
Don't know.
It's Weatherford. So 5 points for that one. Okay, this is your question. A squad. In which book did a character hug and smell a ratty blue sweater to remember his friend that was gone?
A place named Moon?
Incorrect.
Stella?
Incorrect. It was the Lion of Mars. Okay, book lines, this is your question. In which book does a boy point a BB gun at a young girl in a forest?
Stella?
That's correct. Author's name?
Madison?
Incorrect. It's Hoyle. So 5 points. Okay, this is your question. A squad. In which book does a character try to make new friends, but they laugh at her in class when she doesn't know the answer to the teacher's question?
Starfish?
Incorrect.
Stella?
Incorrect. It was When the World Turned Upside Down. Okay. Book lines, this is your question. In which book is an impeccable uniform a sign of admiration, duty, focus, gratitude, reverence, respect, and love? Fallout? Incorrect. In what book is an impeccable uniform a sign of admiration, duty, focus, gratitude, reverence, respect, and love?
16 on the Moon?
Incorrect. It was 21 steps. All right, that was our last question. That was a close round. We have 15 to 25. Good job to both teams who I know read a lot. The A squad is moving on to the championship. So A squad, stay where you're at. Round of applause for the book Lions who had a lot of team spirit with their roaring. As you can imagine. Thank you, A squad. All right, book burritos, come on up. You're going to be on this side. A squad was so polite and is willing to move over to this side. So, this is our championship round. Book burritos versus A squad. Both teams, awesome job making it this far. I know so much reading has happened this year. Lots of memorizing authors' names. So either way, no matter the outcome, you should all feel really proud of yourselves. Okay. The book burritos are going to go first. Here is the question. In which book does a dog save the day by finding a girl missing in the forest?
Stella.
Correct. Author's name?
Macau Hoyle.
Correct. This is your question. In which book does a boy realize that his dad is not going to make it out alive and he is on his own?
Ground Zero.
Ground Zero is correct. Alan Gratz is correct. Okay, question 2 for you. In which book do millions of people get sick every year from playing in or around water polluted by raw sewage?
The Great Stink.
Correct. Author's name?
P.F.
Correct. Okay, your second question. In which book is a character having trouble with dementia and struggling to stay in the present?
Fast Pitch.
That is correct. Author's name?
Stone.
Stone is correct. Okay. In which book was a course of action determined by who blinked first?
I'm going to the circus.
Incorrect.
Once Upon a Camel.
Incorrect. It was Fallout. Okay, this is your question. In which book do prospectors strike it rich in the oil fields?
The Lion of Mars.
Incorrect.
Fallout.
Incorrect. It was Unspeakable. Okay. This is your question. In which book do workers dig huge open trenches in the streets?
Fallout.
Incorrect, but good guess.
The Great Stink.
Correct. So you get 5 points.
Pig.
Yeah.
Good job figuring it out. Okay, this is your team's question now. In which book was a character trapped inside of a tumbleweed?
Once Upon a Camel.
Correct. Author's name?
A plate.
Correct. You got all the letters in there. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girls' science class create solar ovens to cook nachos and s'mores?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name?
Madison.
Correct. Okay. In which book are the school rules changed so students can no longer have food in the library?
Shelter.
That is incorrect.
365 days to Alaska.
That is correct. You got 5 points. Okay. In what book was a clothing swap held by a group called the WVS?
Placing the Moon.
Correct. Author's name?
Kate Albus.
That is correct. Okay, here's your question. In which book do we learn that a 1921 race riot was covered up rather than documented?
Fallout.
Good guess, but incorrect.
Unspeakable.
That is correct. So when they say race riot, they mean like a big fight that broke out because of someone's race or ethnicity. All right, that. You still, that was for 5 points, right? Okay. And that was our last question. We have our winner. Both teams did a fantastic job. You read so much this year. The A squad ended with 35 points, which just shows how much they read this year, and the book burritos, making sure I get it right, ended with 50 points. Congratulations to the book burritos. They are the fourth winners in the Battle of the Books tournament. Nice job to both teams, and all the fourth graders who read so much this year. You all did an awesome job. So you should give yourselves all a round of applause. You did a really good job. Okay, book burritos, would you stay right there for just a second? Okay. We're going to take a break, a 10-minute break before we start with the 5th and 6th grade tournament. If there's enough time, today we will see, we will plan to have the winning 4th grade team go up against the winning 5th or 6th grade team. Hopefully we have enough time. We'll see. Okay, congrats everyone. Okay, we'll take a break. teams who are starting first, come on up in the first round. So welcome, Goofy Goobers and Full Box. Okay, I'm going to go over the rules in just a moment. But reminders for students first, okay? I talked to the last group. Make sure if you are in the audience, you're doing a really good job listening. Make sure you are not accidentally mouthing the names of the books, giving the answer away, not whispering the answer to a neighbor. I know you might hopefully be thinking of the correct answer in your head. That's awesome. That means you read what you're supposed to read and you know the answers. But make sure you're not giving it away, because if you excitedly whisper to a neighbor, you could be giving the one of the teams up here who are your competition the answer. So audience needs to be quiet. You're not going to be whispering to our neighbors or anything. If for some reason there is someone not acting appropriately, too loud, too goofy, silly, whatever, we'll ask you to move somewhere, and then if there's any other problems, we'll just be asked to leave, which would be a huge disappointment for all the work you've done to get here, and especially for your teammates. Like I remember the fourth graders at one point, I do want you to have fun, but when you are up on stage, it's a serious time. It's not the time to be silly or goofy. So make sure that you are representing yourself, your friends, your team, your class, our school, in a way that you'd be proud of, and that your family would be proud of too, because you are representing your family as well. When we are doing the competition today, I'm going to tell you the bracket, just in case you haven't had a chance to see it and see the layout. For the older kids, because we have an odd number, we have 11 teams. There are teams that had a bye, so the bracket looks a little odd, but I promise it is fair and it was randomly laid out. So the first two teams are our Goofy Goobers and Full Boxed. The next round will be Preppy Piggies and the Bionic Readers. Then the Pink Turtles and the KU Bros. Followed by What's Up, Brother? And whoever wins this round. Then Wednesday, I think, is part 2 versus the Pickle Typers, which also happens to be the name of Mrs. Nick's 2 dogs, Mayor and Piper. Then the Pink Potatoes versus whoever wins the Preppy Piggies versus Bionic Readers round. And then just here for the snacks, we'll be up against whoever wins in the Pink Turtles versus the KU Bros. So, a reminder of how the tournament goes. The first team will be given their question, and the first thing you are answering is the title of the book. You have 30 seconds to talk with your team and give the answer. When we get to the 30-second mark, by the end of the 30-second, Mrs. Armstrong will say time, and then you no longer have a chance to answer. If you get that correct, then you have a chance to say the author's name and get additional points. So 5 points for the title, 5 points for the author's name. If they get it incorrect for the title, then the other team can steal that question and give the title of the book and get those 5 points. It'll go back and forth until we finish the entire round. Whichever team has the highest points will continue on in the bracket. Whoever loses will be out at single elimination. If there is a tie, then we have quotes at the end. We had 2 4th grade teams that tied. They did an awesome job and tied. So then I will give a quote, so text from the books, taken from the books, and it works in the same way. I ask the title of the book, and then I ask for the author. So there's format's the exact same. You have 30 seconds and then 15 seconds for the title. 30 seconds for the title and 15 seconds for the author, just like with the questions. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to have us introduce ourselves. But first, I just want to say awesome job to all the teams who are here. We have so many teams this year. 19 teams total between 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, which is the most teams ever. I was blown away last year when we had 17 teams, and I'm really excited because I think most of the kids really did read their books. I know some kids are busy and some were able to come to lunch meetings as often as others, but I saw most of you every week. So, Goofy Goobers, go ahead and introduce yourself, say your name, and then your teacher.
My name is Easton Schmidt-Meyer, and I'm in Miss Bradstreet's class.
My name is Auburn-Washburn, and I'm in Mrs. Bradstreet's class.
My name is Milo Holm, and I'm in Miss Wittenhouse class.
I'm Shahid Kumar, and I'm in Miss Bradstreet's class.
I'm Beta Karam, and I'm in Miss Gittenhouse.
My name is Elena, and I'm in Miss Bradstreet's class.
All right, Bulldogs, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Aaron Bucha, and I'm in Miss Lawrence class.
I'm Diego Costa, I'm in Morrison's class.
I'm Samin Kumar, and I'm in Mr. Nelson's class. My name is Preston Ejimofor, and I'm in Miss Lawrence's class.
I'm Avi Gupta, and I'm in Miss Lawrence's class.
I'm Eli Bonner, and I'm in Miss Nelson's class.
All right, good job, teams. So just a reminder, when you're up here, it's a serious time, but both of your teams are doing a fabulous job, and I know you will. Okay. Any questions? Ready? Okay, this side has been going first, so we're going to stay consistent. So, Goofy Goobers, you are up first. In which book does the main character's sister want her to act 4 years older so they can be bosom buddies?
$365 days to Alaska.
That is a good guess, but incorrect.
Time.
Okay, time's up. The correct answer was Long Road to the Circus. Yeah, just a reminder, 15 seconds when you steal it. Okay, so, Bulldogs, this is your question now. In which book did the main character play for the first all-black softball team?
Fast pitch.
That is correct. Author's name?
Nixton.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book is communism in direct competition with capitalism?
Full
Correct. Author's name?
Shrinkins.
That is correct. Okay, your question. In which book is the standard one of perfection, no matter the weather, the time, or the day? The standard is one of perfection.
Yeah, 65 days of Alaska.
Incorrect. Remember, you have 15 seconds.
Last Batista.
Incorrect. It was 21 steps. So the soldiers' standard for themselves is one of perfection. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the main character's job to map London's sewers?
The Great Sing.
Correct. Author's name.
Pave.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. In what book did the main character want to go to the St. Joseph County Fair?
Long Road to the Circus.
That is correct.
Bird.
Authors? That is correct. Betsy Bird. Okay, your question. In which book did characters receive small gifts that included a bottle of cinnamon, a soft knit hat, a pair of goggles with tinted lenses, and a packet of seeds?
The place in the moon.
Incorrect.
Shelter.
That is incorrect. This is a hard one, but it was the Lion of Mars when Earth sent them a package. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the main character part of the Pennacook people? In which book is the main character part of the Pennacook people?
Unspeakable.
Incorrect, but a good guess.
Red Dogs.
That is correct. It was Res Dogs. The Pennacook people are a Native American tribe. Okay, this is your question. In which book was a character often expected to comfort and care for a baby that was not related to her?
Alone.
That is incorrect. In which book was a character often expected to comfort and care for a baby that was not related to her? Be quick. It was A Place to Hang the Moon. One of the foster families had a baby. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the ultimate privilege and the most difficult post to earn? In which book is the ultimate privilege and the most difficult post to earn in the Army discussed?
21 Steps.
Correct. Author's name?
Goddessville.
That is correct. Okay, this is your last question. In which book was a character given a single sheet of gold and told to make something that brought him joy?
Las Conquista.
Incorrect. Okay, you have 15 seconds.
Go on this.
Incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel. Okay, this is your last question. In which book is the Thames River a major problem for a city?
Great Stink.
That is correct. Author's name?
Cave.
That is correct. Okay, awesome job to both teams. Both of these teams have big readers, amazing readers. So the final score is 40 for Full March versus 25 for the Goosey Goobers. Good job to both teams. All right, up next we have the Preppy Piggies on this side and the Bionic Readers over here. So both teams come on up. go ahead and introduce yourselves, preppy piggies. So say your name and your teacher.
I'm Ashton Chintu, running in lessons class. Tyler Jinx in Galvin class. I'm Macy Cabot, and I'm in Miss Norton's class. Kendall Cochran, and I'm in Miss Norton's class. I'm Sophie Ball, and I'm in Nelson's. I'm Olivia Weber, and I'm in Galvin.
All right. Go ahead, bionic readers.
I'm Pranita, and I'm from Mrs. Greenhouse's class.
Hi, my name is Mika and I'm from Bluehouse.
I'm Olivia, and I'm from Bradstreet's class. I'm Olivia, I'm from Miss Dead's class. I'm Michelle, I'm from Mrs. Bradstreet's class. I'm Oren from Miss Bradstreet's class.
All right, so go ahead and sing that like wherever you start. All right, you ready? Okay, this is going to be your question first. In which book does a character have to choose between the safety of a spaceship or the freedom and danger of a new planet?
The Lion on Mars.
That is incorrect, but an excellent guess.
The Last Batista.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a dog fall asleep listening to the book Because of Winn-Dixie?
Stella.
That is correct. Author's name.
Hoyle.
Hoyle is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book was the main character shocked to learn that another character in the book knew how to speak Mandarin Chinese?
Wisdom.
That is incorrect.
Ground Zero.
Ground Zero is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book do doctors believe foul air was the cause of cholera?
The Great Snake.
That is correct. Author's name. Pace is correct. Okay, this is your question. Oh, okay. In which book do two bullies steal the main character's dog?
Stella.
Incorrect.
Renaissance.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is starfish. Okay, this is your question. In which book did one character rescue others from an attacking coyote after the coyote had eaten the newly laid eggs?
Alone.
Incorrect. In which book did one character rescue others from an attacking coyote after the coyote had eaten newly laid eggs? It was Once Upon a Camel. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character plan a secret sleepover with her friends at their grandparents' summer apartment by lying to her parents?
Alone.
That is correct. Author's name. You only have 15 seconds. It was Megan Freeman. So you get 5 points. Yeah, nobody heard it. Thank you for being honest. But I don't think nobody heard it, and I'm gonna let it go. Thank you. your question. In which book did a 16-hour massacre claim countless lives? Follow? That is incorrect. In which book did a 16-hour massacre claim countless lives?
Ground Zero.
That is incorrect. The correct answer was Unspeakable. Both of those other books had people dying, but not a massacre. Okay, this is your question, Becky Higgies. In which book does an 11-year-old girl go hunting by herself?
Alone.
That is incorrect. In which book does an 11-year-old girl go hunting by herself? Remember, you have 15 seconds.
Res Dogs.
That is incorrect. It's how the book begins in 365 Days to Alaska. Okay, this is your question. In which book are the children considered to be a living experiment?
Lion on Mars.
That is correct. Author's name.
Home.
Home is correct. Okay, this is your last question. In which book were police and city officials guilty of plotting with white people to destroy the nation's wealthiest black community?
Unspeakable.
That is correct. Author's last name.
It starts with a T, right?
Well, no, like it is Carol Weatherford. So you get 5 points for the author or for the title. Okay, this is your last question. Okay. In which book is there a bedroom where the main character has never been, even though it is in her own house?
Passage.
That is correct.
Mixed up.
Correct. All right, we have round one finished. Between our two teams, the Bionic leaders will be moving on to the next round. All right, up for our third round, we have the Pink Turtles and the KU Brugs over here. Come on up, everybody. Okay. Pink Turtles, will you introduce yourselves? So say your name and your teacher.
I'm Addie Huey, and I'm in Mrs. class.
My name is Carson Down, and I'm in Mrs. Stead's class. I'm Rylan Jones, and I'm in Miss Stead's class. I'm Cameron Kane, I'm in Miss Stead's class.
Hi, my name is Brady Timmons, and I'm in Miss Stead's class. Hi, my name is Dexter Trillock, I'm in Miss Stead's class.
All right.
My name is Fiona Fisher, and I'm in Miss Donald's class.
My name is Vader Winsberg, and I'm in Miss Nelson's class. I'm Goldenbauer, and I'm in Miss Galvin's class.
I'm Ian Lopez, and I'm in Miss Galvin's class.
All right. So this side will go first. Any questions? Okay, let's get started. Okay, here's your question. In which book was there a house with the address number 4 Livingston Lane?
Long Road to the Circus.
That is incorrect. Remember, you only have 15 seconds when you steal it. It was A Place to Hang the Moon. Okay, this is your first question. In which book does dog training involve finding an enchilada in a box?
Stella.
That is correct. Author's name?
We don't know.
Okay, the author's name is Hoyle. So you get 5 points. Nice job. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a woman give a team $75,000 after learning about her grandfather's past?
Once Upon a Candle.
That is incorrect.
Vestige.
That is correct. You can only steal the title. Okay, so this is your question. In which book does a girl's teacher lend her an umbrella to use on her way to her next class? Audience, make sure you are being quiet. Be quick.
Res Dogs.
That's incorrect. In which book does a girl's teacher lend her an umbrella to use on her way to her next class?
Unspeakable.
That is incorrect. It was Shelter. Okay, this is your question. Pink Turtles. In which book does the main character use red wine to get a toilet to flush?
The Great Sink.
Excellent guess, but incorrect. Be quick. Okay, the answer was Alone. Okay, this is your question. In which book did a PE teacher say, if you were bored, you must be a boring person, so the main character decided she must be boring?
Starfish.
Incorrect.
Fast Pitch.
That is incorrect. It was Red Dogs. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character's family let an aunt, uncle, and their baby move in with them?
Long Road to the Circus.
That's correct. Author's name? Okay, it's Betsy Bird. So you get 5 points. Nice job. Okay, your question. In which book does a girl spend her time doing art and it keeps her from feeling like crying?
Starfish.
Incorrect. In which book does a girl spend her time doing art and it keeps her from feeling like crying?
Alone.
Incorrect, but both of those are good guesses. It was Shelter. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character have the nickname Splash?
Starfish.
Correct. Author's name? Okay, Phipps was the author's name. So you get 5 points. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the main character the leader of her team?
Best Picture.
Correct. Author's name?
Nick Stoll.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. It's your last question. In which book does a boy join his dad at work for the day?
Ground Zero.
That's correct. Author's name?
Alan Gratz.
Correct. We are now tied 20 all. This is the very last question. No pressure. Which book begins with the Sentinel's Creed?
One Steps.
That is correct. Author's name?
We don't know.
Godspell. So, ooh, that was so close. Congrats to both teams. The Pink Turtles had 20 points. Okay, up next we have What's Up Brother over here versus Full Lives. Because of the way to bracket calls, I promise. Here.
Smile.
Hey. The teams have been doing a great job, but I just wanted to remind everyone, I know I said this, I think more than once with the fourth graders, and they did a really good job, but the teams that have the best time, that do the best, and enjoy it the most are the teams that stay positive, are good teammates. You know, you can feel disappointed, that's totally normal if you get something wrong, but just stay positive and you have the best time. So just a reminder, audience members, I totally get it that you know some of those questions, a lot of them. I can tell when you're like, as soon as I say it, you know it. But you cannot say it, you cannot even whisper it. Because I heard in the last round at least one time when the answer was whispered and the team side might not have caught on, but I know the answer and I'm pretty sure I heard it. So you cannot whisper to your neighbors, okay? You're giving the answers to the competition. So just say it in your head, but you cannot say it out loud, okay? All right, so would you please introduce yourself? What's up, brother?
I'm Miles Sager from Norton. I'm Ryder Andrews from Norton.
I'm Gavin Meyer from Norton. I'm Cooper Haas from Nelson.
What's up, brothers?
My name's Kenny. I'm from Miss Norton's class.
My name is Dylan Ross. I'm from Galvin. All right. Go ahead and we'll watch you introduce yourself. So I'm going to have us move on. So welcome back. question first. So remember, when I ask you for the title part, you get 30 seconds to talk with your team, but at the end of 30 seconds, it's too late if you haven't given an answer by then, okay? If you get it correct, then you have 15 seconds to give the author's name. And if one team gets it incorrect and the other team steals it, if you ask me to repeat the question, I can, but that's part of your 15 seconds to answer, so just a reminder. Okay, question 1. In which book does the main character want to be a storyteller like her grandmother when she grows up?
Stella.
That is incorrect.
Last Conquista?
The last quintista is correct. Quintista in Spanish means storyteller, which I had to look at. Awesome. Okay, question 2. In which book do thousands of sheets of paper fall from the sky like snow? In which book do thousands of sheets of paper fall from the sky like snow?
Gratitude.
Correct. Author's name.
Alberts.
That is correct. Okay. In which book did social services come to check on a character's well-being, but the person could not get inside the house? They would not let the person inside the house.
Days to Alaska.
That is incorrect. In which book did social services come to check on a character's well-being, but the person was not? Yes, that is correct. Res Dogs was the correct answer. So they get 5 points for that. Okay, this is your question. In which book do archaeologists locate human remains in an unmarked mass grave in October of 2020, and their investigations continue? In which book do archaeologists locate human remains in an unmarked mass grave in October of 2020, and their investigations continue? The archaeologists' investigations continue.
Unspeakable.
That is correct. Author's name.
Weatherford.
Weatherford. Okay, I gotta whisper just because you don't want to give the answer away, because then you're helping your competition. Okay, this is your question. In which book is a soldier's remains identified and returned to his family?
21 Steps.
Correct. Author's name.
Donnersfeld.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book were the main character's siblings upset that they had to collect eggs and feed chickens because they did not do it?
Ronald the Circus.
Correct.
Bird.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a man join the military because of his experiences as a child?
Fallout.
That might technically be correct. I will give you a different question. The answer the librarians had written this question for was round 0, but I'll give you a different one because that could maybe be true. Okay, I'm going to do question 13. Here's your question. In which book do people live underground and have to wear environmental suits if they go to the surface?
The Great Steve.
That is incorrect. But good guess.
Hello?
That is incorrect. It was the Lion of Mars. Okay. This is your question. In which book does a dog detect a sour vinegar smell from a human's body before the human has a seizure?
Stella.
Correct.
Auburn.
Sorry.
Hoyle.
Hoyle is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book did the main character institute a keep your lips to yourself rule with the other characters?
Red.
Good guess, but incorrect.
Long Road to the Circus.
Also a good guess, but is incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel. The camel was carrying the two little birds. The two birds had to keep their lips to themselves. Okay, this is your question. In which book did a character wish for hot chocolate?
The 65 Days of Alaska.
That is incorrect. In which book did a character wish for hot chocolate?
Alone.
That is incorrect. It was A Place to Hang the Moon. But that was a good guess. Okay, this is your question. In which book was a family's income at risk because prom was canceled and the dresses no longer needed altered?
Stella.
Incorrect. In which book was a family's income at risk because prom was canceled and the dresses no longer needed altered?
Starfish.
Incorrect. It was When the World Turned Upside Down. Prom was canceled due to COVID. Okay, this is your question. This is the last question also. In which book did soldiers lay in state in the U.S. Capitol?
21 Steps.
That is correct. Author's name?
Godspell.
Gottspeld is correct. Round of applause to our two teams. We'll move on to the final four. The next two teams we need are Wednesday and the Pickled Pipers. All right, because this is your first time up here for these two teams, we are going to have you introduce yourselves in just a moment. Teams have been doing a great job, but just a reminder, whether you win or lose, make sure that you are, trying to have a good attitude. Like I said, totally normal to be upset or disappointed if you lose, or super happy and excited if you win. But just be a good sport about it. And not that it's fun to always think about, but we know that in the end, there's only going to be one winner, so it's okay if that is not you, even if it's disappointing. All right. We have Wednesday and Things Part 2. Go ahead and introduce yourselves first.
My name's Kaylin and I'm in Bradstreet's class.
My name's Paisley Mercer and I'm from the stats class.
My name is Alexa Coco and I'm from the Stats class.
My name is Isabella and I'm in Mrs. Stett's class.
My name is Isaac and I'm from Miss Bradstreet's class. My name is Malik and I'm from the Stats class.
Okay, on the other side, we have the Pickle Pipers. Go ahead.
My name is Rylan Leonard and I'm from Miss Greencroft's class.
My name is Macy Sorensen and I'm from Miss Stett's class.
My name is Sophie and I'm from Miss Bradford's class.
My name is Hillary Perez and I'm from Miss Stett's class and I don't like pickles.
My name's Jackson and I'm from Miss Stett's class.
My name's Cameron and I'm from Miss Greencroft's class.
All right, pass the mics to where you need them to be for your team. Reminder, you don't have to speak if you don't want to. You can just pass the mic on. Judges, could you help me remember we need to end at noon today, a little earlier than we originally planned. So, yes, yeah, if we're in the middle of one, heads up. Thank you. Okay, your team will go first. Here's your question. In which book are a sister and brother unexpectedly reunited in a surprising twist?
365 Days to Alaska.
Incorrect. In which book are a sister and brother unexpectedly reunited in a surprising twist?
Rise Dogs.
Incorrect. Don't want to give anything away, but it's the last 20 step. I don't want to say why. This is your question. In which book does a character walk 6 dogs to be a good neighbor?
Red Dogs.
That is incorrect.
Alone.
That is incorrect. It is When the World Turned Upside Down, when they're helping their neighbors. Okay, this is your question. In which book did two friends have the motto, "Become the brightest star"?
Lion on Mars.
That is incorrect.
Starfish.
A good guess, but incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel. It was the camel and her old other camel friend. Okay, this is your question. In which book does one nameless and faceless soldier come to represent many?
21 Steps.
Correct. Author's name.
Godzilla?
Say it again.
Godzilla, or it's like Geo.
Can you spell it?
It's like G-O-T-T. Godzilla.
It's Godspell. Godspell. But I like how you went for it. That's the smart thing to do. I'm not going to give it to you because it's a long one, but good job. Good try. Better to try than to not. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girl have a dog named Marshmallow?
Red Dogs.
Incorrect.
Alone.
Incorrect, it is Shelter. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girl feel like she has brought death to her village for helping an American soldier?
Ground Zero.
Correct. Author's name?
Alan Gratz.
That is correct. Okay. In which book was the book titled Ferdinand ruined? In which book there's a scene where a book that's called Ferdinand was ruined?
Stella.
Incorrect.
Long Road to the Circus.
Incorrect. It was a place to hang the moon, which is really good. Okay, this is your question. In which book did the characters begin training to be excellent racers at the age of 3?
Once Upon a Camel.
That is correct. Author's name?
Hoyle.
Good guess. It is upheld or upheld. So you get 5 points. Okay, this is your question. In which book was the main character expected to have tea in a gloomy, dark parlor?
All Goes to the Circus.
That's correct. Author's name?
Betsy Bird.
Betsy Bird is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character find a poem about hope written by Emily Dickinson comforting? In which book does the main character find a poem about hope that's written by Emily Dickinson comforting?
Fast Fit.
That's incorrect.
Shelter.
Good guess, but incorrect. It was Alone. Okay. These are the last. Each team gets one last question. Okay? So this is your team's last question. In which book was a dog injured because of an explosion in an airport?
Stella.
Correct. Author's name?
McAvoy.
That is correct. In which book, this is your last question, sorry. In which book does a girl see her home get blasted to bits and completely destroyed?
Alone.
That's incorrect. It counts as your 15 seconds, okay? In which book does a girl see her home get blasted to bits and completely destroyed?
Shelter.
Incorrect. It was Ground Zero. In informatics. Last question, we are tied. So we're going to go to the quotes. So you will get the first quote, and you'll get your first quote. Both teams will have 2. Okay, here's the quote. One day, Bluescomba, he decided to call the animals together and ask what they would do when they saw their first human.
Yes, Quinstera.
Good guess, but incorrect.
Long Road to the Circus.
Incorrect, it was Res Dogs. It's a Native American story. Okay, this is your quote. Look, kid, I know I let you down. I made some promises I shouldn't have. I wanted to believe it so much myself, I guess.
Lone Road to the Circus.
Incorrect. Got a good guess.
Starfish.
Incorrect. It was 365 days to Alaska from the dad. Okay, your last quote. That's what a bully is, his dad said. Somebody who pushes people around and never gets in trouble for it.
Starfish.
Incorrect. That's what a bully is, his dad said. Sorry. You need me to repeat it? I should have repeated it. Okay.
When the world turned upside down.
Incorrect. Ground zero. Okay, this is your last quote. Unless we need to go to the extras. Her favorite group of words was, "You must do the thing you think you cannot do."
Unspeakable.
Incorrect. Her favorite group of words was, "You must do the thing you think you cannot do."
Starfish.
Incorrect. So now you each will get one more quote. Sure, we do have extra quotes in the very back. We usually go to the very back. It's the third to last page on the back side. Yeah. Okay, so very top. This is your question, or your quote. I'm going to each give them one. Let's see who's, yeah. Okay, ready? This is your quote. "I can't tell if she's trying to forget or to remember. Maybe stories are there to help us do both. I know stories can't always have happy endings, but if there are choices for us to do better, we have to say out loud the parts that hurt the most."
The Last King Sarah.
Correct. Author's name.
Korea or Kara.
Incorrect. Okay, here's your last quote. "We're a team," his dad repeated. "That's what we've always said. This is how we survive, right? Together."
Last pitch.
Incorrect. "We're a team," his dad repeated. "That's what we've always said. This is how we survive, right? Together."
Ground zero.
That is correct. With a very dramatic ending where both teams should really feel proud because you both did not good job. Okay, we have the Pinky Potatoes over here versus the Bionic Readers from here. Come on up. Oh, actually, we're going to have to wait. Sorry, teams. We're going to have to wait on this round. We are 5 minutes until 12. So, everybody wait with us for just a second. Awesome job to all the teams so far. We're going to pause here. We'll We're going to let all of the fourth, fifth, and sixth graders go to lunch. We're coming back at 2 o'clock. And hopefully finish up today. I think we will be able to. Good luck to the teams that are still on the board for today. Okay, please turn and listen to your teachers. right, welcome back. So for this round, we have the pink potatoes versus the bionic readers. And this is your first time up on stage, correct? Okay, so go ahead. I'm going to have your team introduce yourselves very quickly. So name and teacher.
Hi, I'm Addie Napper, and I'm in Tilton's and Morton's class.
I'm Annabelle Edding, and I'm in Galvin's class.
I'm Ashlyn Byard, and I'm in Nelson's class.
I'm Natalie Hudson, and I'm in Nelson's class.
I'm Ann Connard, and I'm in Nelson's class.
All right, perfect. And fifth graders, you are the bionic readers, correct? And this is your second time up here. Because of some teams having a bye. All right, so we have 4 rounds left of our 5th and 6th grade teams. And if time allows, we will have a winning 4th grade team. It's on and it should be going.
Just double check, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's fine.
okay. The live stream should be going.
Probably just.
If time allows, we'll have the winning 4th grade team go against the winning 5th or 6th grade team. But both of those teams that have won the tournament, we will count them both as winning teams.
Okay.
Ready? Okay. Just as a reminder for anybody watching on the live stream who's just getting in, there are 5 points for the title, the correct title, and then an additional 5 points for the author. You can steal the title points. You cannot take the author's name. There's 30 seconds to talk with your team for the title of the book, 15 seconds to talk and discuss the author's name. If you steal the title question, then you have 15 seconds to talk about that as well. All right. This is your question. And we're on round 13. Stop. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. In which book were some of the characters related to a butcher?
Res Dogs?
That's incorrect.
Lion on Moors?
That is also incorrect. It was A Place to Hang the Moon. I believe it's one of the foster family dads. Okay, this is your question. In which book is a girl's dad a writer who is helping a famous chef write a new cookbook?
Shelter?
Correct. Author's name.
Matheson?
Matheson is correct. All right, second question. In which book is an adorable puppy an unexpected gift from a leader?
Stella?
Incorrect.
Fallout?
That is correct. So you can only steal the title. So you get 5 points for that. Yeah, the Soviet leader sent a puppy to President's wife, President Kennedy. Okay, so this is your question. In which book does a boy end up getting adopted by the man who helped him escape the building where his dad died?
Ground Zero?
Correct.
Alice Grass?
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book did the reader learn about the worst racial attack in U.S. history?
Unspeakable.
Correct. Author's name?
Weatherford.
That is correct. Okay, your question. In which book does a girl cut her braids off to show she has to take life seriously?
Basket.
Incorrect.
"365 Days to Alaska."
Incorrect, it's alone. It's your question. In which book does a girl fall and pass out while searching in an abandoned house for a stolen item?
Fast Pitch.
Correct. Author's name?
Nick Stone.
Correct. This is your question. In which book does a character help take care of his twin sisters to keep them safe, healthy, and safe?
When the World Turned Upside Down.
Correct.
Deborah.
Correct. Ibara. That's correct. Okay, your question. In which book was a girl's mom an art teacher?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name?
Matheson.
Matheson is correct. Okay, your question is, in which book did a misunderstanding about a president's televised speech provide the push that was needed to end the most dangerous crisis in human history?
Fallout.
Correct. Author's name?
Shinken.
Shinken is correct. Going fast. Okay. This is your last question for each team. In which book did a girl choose to escape to a swimming pool when life got to be too much?
Swordfish.
Correct. Author's name?
Phipps.
Phipps is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book is a creed authored by an unknown? Let me reread that. In which book is a creed authored by an unknown?
21 Steps.
Correct. Author's last name?
Goswell.
That's correct. Whew. That was super close. Round of applause for both teams who have the Bionic Tutors will move on to the next round. For our next round, we are going to have just here for the snacks versus the KU Bros. Just here for the snacks is over here. Okay.
That was cleared because they're
Oh.
person went home and she
Let me
gave
explain
permission.
this, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for noticing though. Okay, so Just Here for the Snacks has a special case that they talked to me about during their lunchtime. One of their teammates who's been on their team all year went home feeling sick. But of course, if you lose one of your teammates, that means you lose all of their knowledge of the books they read. So she said would she asked if it would be okay for her to be on speakerphone so she can help her team. And that seems to me fair. And the same as if she was here in person. So she's going to be able to talk with them on the phone. And you've already called her? Okay. I'm going to have you all, just here for the snacks, go ahead and introduce yourselves. And I'll introduce Brinley by saying Brinley is here on her phone, on Jessie's phone.
My name is Haley, and I'm in Galvin's class.
My name is Jessie, and I'm also in Galvin's class.
My name is Taylor, and I am in Wilson's class.
My name is Ryder, and I'm in Galvin's class.
All right, and KU team over here, you've already been up before, so I won't have you reintroduce yourself, but welcome back. Okay. All right, just here for the snacks, this is your questions first. In which book is the main character's favorite book, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Shelter?
That's correct. Author's name?
Matheson?
Matheson is correct. All right, here's your question. In which book does a boy's yell startle a girl as she is chopping wood with a sledgehammer?
Ground Zero?
That is incorrect. If I reread the question, that counts towards your 15 seconds. Okay. In which book does a boy's yell startle a girl as she is chopping wood with a sledgehammer?
365 Days to Alaska.
That is correct. So you stole those 5 points. Okay, this is your question. In which book was the school vandalized with paint?
When the world turned upside down.
That is incorrect. Okay. In which book was the school vandalized with paint? Yeah, be quick.
Selfish.
Incorrect. It was a place to hang the moon. Okay, this is your question for our KU team. In which book does a girl have to wear her hair in a braid to school every day? That is incorrect.
Alone.
Good guess, but incorrect. It was Shelter. Okay, this is snack team. This is your question. Which book contains information about the unknowns?
Lion on Mars.
Incorrect.
21 Steps?
That is correct. So you steal those 5 points, and then it is your question. In which book does a storefront window end up shattered after a protest in the street?
When the world turned upside down.
Correct. Author's name?
So,
Incorrect, but that was a good guess. It's Ibera. All right, Team Snacks, this is your question. In which book does the main character describe feeling like her spirit is draining out of her, leaving her feeling hollow and empty inside?
Alone.
Good guess, but incorrect. In which book does the main character describe feeling like her spirit is draining out of her, leaving her feeling hollow and empty inside?
Shelter.
Incorrect. It is round 0. Okay, this is your question. In which book does Joseph become president of the Institution of Civil Engineers?
Steps.
Incorrect.
Fallout.
Good guess, but incorrect. The answer was The Great Stink. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girl take 2 city buses to get to her private all-girls school?
Shelter.
That is correct. Author's name? Madison is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a character have a genetic eye condition?
Stella.
That is incorrect.
The last conquista.
That is correct. So you win those 5 points. Okay. Each team has 1 question left. In which book did a character put a dead snake in someone's bed?
Auburn-Washburn.
That is incorrect. In which book did a character put a dead snake in someone's bed?
Basket.
Incorrect. It's A Place to Hang the Moon. Okay, this is your question and the final question. In which book does a dad tell his son to hang up and get out of the building fast because they are under attack?
Round 0.
Correct.
Algebra.
That is correct. You do that. All right. Oh, so close. Our final score, the KU Bros are ending with 20 points, and just here for the Snacks, who are really here to win, ending with 30 points. So good job to both teams. Both be proud. Okay, we next up have Full Box versus Wednesday and Things, Part 2. We are going to have Wednesday and Things on this side. Full Box over here. Okay, so both of these teams have been up here before, so I'm not going to have them introduce themselves, but welcome back to both teams. Any questions before we start? I should mention that we are now down to the final four, so 2 teams and then the next 2 teams. So whichever team wins this round will be moving on to the championship of our 5th and 6th grade tournament. So good luck to you both. Okay, full box to you. This is your question first, okay? In which book does a team write in what they call the fire bus to their games?
Fast pitch.
Correct. Author's name.
Nick Stone.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character dress up in her mother's evening gowns to celebrate her birthday?
The Last Kid Stella.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character dress up in her mother's evening gowns to celebrate her birthday?
Alone.
That is correct. So you steal those 5 points, okay? And this is your question. In which book is a local park a place to realize the responsibility we all have to reject hatred and violence and to instead choose hope? In which book is a local park a place to realize the responsibility we all have to reject hatred and violence and to instead choose hope?
When the world turns upside down.
Incorrect, but that was a good guess. First people? That is correct. They have a memorial at the park there in Tulsa. All right, so this is now your question, Wednesday and things. This is your question, okay? In which book is a girl and her family homeless?
Shelter.
That is correct. Author's name?
Maxson.
Correct. Okay, this is your question. In what book does a main character have to make dinner for her whole family?
"365 Days to Alaska."
Incorrect. That was a good guess.
Shelter.
Another good guess, but incorrect. It was one of the characters from When the World Turned Upside Down. One of the 4 kids have to take big responsibility. Okay, this is your question now. In which book does the main character's best friend become her school's mascot?
A place named Hang the Man.
That is incorrect.
Starfish.
Correct.
Phipps.
Oh, yeah. You can only steal the title, but good job knowing the answer. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the main character named after the first woman Secretary of the State? In which book is the main character named after the first woman Secretary of State? Like the first female. Sorry, time. Good guess, but that is incorrect. The answer is Alone. The main character was named after a female politician. Okay, this is your question now. In which book is the Berlin Wall built? Incorrect.
Fallout.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book is a girl's favorite school class art?
Shelter.
Correct.
Matheson.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character volunteer in the library to keep herself away from the bullies during lunch?
Starfish.
Correct.
Lisa Bibbs.
That is correct. Okay. This is your final question. We have 2 questions left. In which book has a girl's family never had a car?
365 Days of Hospital.
That is correct. Author's name?
Carr.
Carr, ironically, is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book are scrambled eggs an unusual new food for the characters to eat?
Red Star.
Good guess, but incorrect. In which book are scrambled eggs an unusual new food for the characters to eat?
Fallout.
Also a good guess, but it's the Lion of Mars, because they don't have fresh eggs on Mars. So, we now have our final excellent job to both teams who had so much good reading. Both of you should be proud of yourselves, but we have full box moving on to the championship round. Round of applause for both teams. All right, the next round of our Final Four is bionic readers versus just here for the snacks. Oh, yeah. We've been doing it so that we've been following it like how the brackets follow. You guys know switching sides of the tables? Yes. Sorry. I think I pointed to the wrong tables for you guys. Sorry. All right, so the winning team from this round will go on to the final, the championship round against Full Ox. So no pressure. Really, you should be proud of yourself for making it this far. Both of your teams have done a bunch of reading this year. So great job. Okay. Bionic readers, you'll go first, okay? Okay. In which book does the main character only have one set of clothes?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name?
Matheson.
That is correct. Okay. In which book did 2 characters fight over a tick that had been eaten?
Once upon a camel.
That is correct. Author's name?
Appel.
Appelt is correct. In which book does the main character learn to stick up for herself after going to therapy and gaining some confidence?
Starfish?
Correct.
Fibs.
This is correct. Okay. In which book does the main character go to the library to find a book about how to light a fire? Follow. Good guess if you're correct.
Alone.
Alone is correct. So you get those 5 points. And this is your question. In which book does a girl's younger sister get sick on a car ride from the airport?
Res Dogs.
Your guess is incorrect.
65 Days of Alaska.
That is correct. Stole that for 5 points there. Okay, this is your question. In which book are the girls' next door neighbors nicer to her than her own family?
Starfish.
Correct.
Fibs.
That is correct. Okay. In which book did the characters go from Camp Verde to Fort Tejon and back many times?
Fallout.
Incorrect.
Fallout.
Incorrect. That was a really hard one. It was Once Upon a Camel. When they talk about the military using camels at one point. Yeah, that was a hard one. Okay, this is your question next. In which book does a young girl read the book Charlotte's Web to a dog?
Shelter.
Correct. Sorry, incorrect.
Stella.
That is correct. Okay. In which book does a girl wear a bicycle helmet in a vehicle to learn to drive?
Alone.
Correct. Author
Freeman.
Freeman is correct. Okay. In which book does a group of people try to make all humans look physically the same? That is correct. Author's name.
Sheehan.
Good guess, but that is incorrect. It's Higuera. Okay, this is your question. In which book is the grand ceremony for the Victoria Embankment held on July 13th, 1870?
Great Escape.
That is correct. Author's name.
Pig.
Pig is correct. Okay, this is your question, and it's the final question. In which book do 2 kids get extra credit for bringing a dead possum to their science teacher?
65 Days of Alaska.
Correct. Author's name?
Clark.
That is correct. Oh, that finale is so close. Just here for the snacks. You made it way farther just for the snacks. Congrats on being second place. They got 40 points. Second place, the winners are the Bionic Readers. The 50 points. Round of applause for the winners of that round. Sorry, I should have said you got third place. Snacks. Okay, Bionic Readers, stay up here. Full, yeah, and you're gonna have to move over one. Just to confuse you, I know. Full box, come on up. All right, so we have full box on this side versus bionic readers. Congratulations on making it this far. Mr. Brown, and awesome job. I love all the sportsmanship and the good attitudes. It makes the whole thing more fun when people have a positive attitude. If we have time today, we are going to have the winning 5th or 6th grade team go up against the winning 4th grade team and see who the school champion is going to be. And then we will have that team, if we have time, go up against the staff team who's been preparing. And in all my years at Indian Hills, the staff team has only won once. But you never know, maybe it's their year this year. If we don't have time, we might have to skip that part, but we'll see.
Do you want the 4th grade team to head down, the championship team?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, look for Ritos. Almost 2:45. Okay, any questions before we start? Yeah, good. Yes. Your questions will be totally random like all the rest. So some easy, some hard, but they don't get purposefully harder. Yeah. We're not trying to trick you. Okay, this is your question first. In which book do memories of a grandmother's cuentas or stories help the main character face an uncertain future?
Las Cuentistas.
Correct.
Figuera.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a girl try a Pop-Tart for the first time at a friend's house? Shelter? Good guess, but incorrect.
365 Days to Alaska.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does the main character have a snowball fight with a dog?
Alone.
That is correct. Author's name?
Freeman.
Correct. This is your question. In which book does the main character's sister like to play with corn husk dolls?
A long road to the circus.
Correct. Author's name?
Bird.
Bird is correct. Okay. In which book does the mom inventory food so she knows how much her daughter has been eating?
Starfish.
That is correct. Author's name?
Phipps.
Phipps is correct. Okay, your question. In which book is a world situation likened to a game of chess?
Fallout.
Correct. Author's name?
Keaton.
That is correct. Okay, here's your question. In which book does a character decide to call himself Stealth Destroyer?
Fallout.
That's incorrect. Good guess.
Ground Zero.
Incorrect. It was when the world turned upside down. Called himself Stealth Destroyer. Spying on their neighbors in their apartment. Okay, this is your turn. Okay, here's your question. In which book is a girl's backpack stolen while she is at lunch?
Shelter.
Correct. Author's name?
Madison.
That is correct. Okay. In which book are characters trapped in a vehicle multiple times because the vehicle runs out of energy?
Line on Mars?
That is correct. Author's name?
Holm?
Holm is correct. Okay, here's your question. In which book is the mother's special ringtone for her daughter, Scott Joplin's The Entertainer?
When the world turned upside down?
Incorrect. In which book is the mother's special ringtone for her daughter, Scott Joplin's The Entertainer?
365 Days in Alaska.
Incorrect. Good guess, it was Alone. So at the beginning, she loses her, she has her phone, but she's calling her mom, and she hears her mom's phone ringing in like a big giant container of all the other phones. You remember that part? Okay. This is your question. And this is your last question. In which book did a tornado hit the next town and it started coming right for the town the main character lives in? Hello? Say that again. Hello? That is incorrect. In which book did a tornado hit the next town and it started coming right for the town the main character lives in?
365 Days to Alaska?
That is incorrect. It was Starfish. There is a tornado in Alone, but there's no way for us to know if it hit the next town first. All right, this is your final question. In which book does a girl have to move to Connecticut? That is incorrect. In which book does a girl have to move to Connecticut? It was 365 Days to Alaska. That's where the grandmother lived. We have our 5th and 6th grade champions and our 2nd place team. So congrats to the first and 2nd place teams. We have Bulldogs as our winners. All right. We now have look at all this. Great. Team spirit. Okay, so we have Bulldogs up next versus the Burritos. Bulldogs going to stay over here. Bulldogs versus the burritos. I have fun Indian championship. I think 2 years ago we had a fourth grade team against a fifth grade team. And they got second place, but I don't think we had. So good luck to you both. Okay. For this final finale, because I think we have time. So go ahead and introduce yourself again.
I'm Armin. I'm from Miss Norton's class.
Diego from Miss Norton's class.
I'm Samir Paloma, and I'm from Mr. Nelson's class. I'm July. I'm from Mr. Nelson's class. I'm Avi Gupta. I'm from Miss Norton's class. I'm Preston, and I'm from Miss Norton's class.
All right. Go ahead with the readers.
I'm Chloe Sable, and I'm from Mrs. Adams' class. I'm Amanda Harrison, and I'm from Mr. Kerr's class. I'm Tika Harley, and I'm from Mr. Kerr's class. I'm Hallie Meyer, and I'm from Mrs. Adams' class. I'm Emma Rogers, and I'm from Mrs. Adams'
All right. Nice job. And remember, speaking a little louder is better than not speaking loud enough. So you guys did a great job there. Okay, so a quick reminder, you get 30 seconds to discuss and say the name of the book, 15 seconds to say the name of the author. If you take and steal that, then you get 15 seconds to come up with the title if you're stealing a question. Any questions? Okay. Audience, thank you for doing such a good job. All right, full box, you will go first. So here's your question. In which book does the main character's parents fight a lot about her weight?
Starfish.
Correct. Author's name.
Phipps.
That is correct. Okay, your first question. In which book do two youngsters think they are playing a long, great game of hide and seek with their parents?
Ground Zero.
Incorrect. Check your guess. In what book do two youngsters think they are playing a long, great game of hide and seek with their parents?
Upside down.
Incorrect. It was Once Upon a Camel. The two little birds when their parents are missing. Okay. This is your question. Question 2. In which book is the main character's dad a conductor and her mother a flutist?
Place to Hang the Moon.
That is incorrect.
Long Road to the Circus.
Incorrect. It was Alone. That was a hard one. Okay, this is your second question. In which book does Life magazine give instructions on how to build a bunker?
Ground Zero.
Incorrect. In which book does Life magazine give instructions on how to build a bunker?
Fallout.
That is correct. And you can't steal the author. That question makes me realize we have a lot of books that are about survival. Okay, this is your team's question. In which book does the main character follow her uncle to see where he's going?
Long Road to the Circus.
That is correct.
Bird.
That is correct. By Betsy Bird. Oh, that is a good question. Go back and do that one now. Okay, this is your question. In which book do adults call the communication and observation rooms the phone booth?
All out.
Good guess, but incorrect. In which book do adults call the communication and observation rooms the phone booth?
Unspeakable.
Incorrect. It was the Lion of Mars. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a middle school start a new fencing club?
365 Days to Alaska.
Correct. Author's name?
Card.
That is correct. Okay, this is your question. In which book does a character's mother tell her that she will try to stay out of her own bedroom?
Starfish.
That is incorrect. But a good guess. In which book does a character's mother tell her that she will try to stay out of her own bedroom?
365 Days to Alaska.
That is incorrect. It was when the world turned upside down, and one of the characters' moms has been kind of down in the dumps and staying in her bedroom a lot. Okay. This is your question. In which book does the main character often look for an OOD, or an official okie dokie? In which book does the main character often look for an OOD, or an official okie dokie?
Long Road to the Circus.
That is incorrect.
What's on table?
That is correct. Okay. Your question. In which book does the main character leave thank you notes in people's houses when she takes items from their house?
Alone.
That is correct. Author's last name?
Evening.
That is correct. I heard you say it right. Okay. Here is your question. In which book does one of the characters often have to look after and care for his twin siblings?
Stand command.
That is incorrect. But that was a very good guess.
When the world turned upside down.
That is correct. One of the boys has twin sisters. I believe. Yes. Okay, this is the final question. In which book do hollow coins play a role? Paula? That is correct. Author's name?
Shaken.
That is correct. That was the final question. And a really heartbreaking championship game. Full up won by 5 points, 35
teachers that are competing in the Battle of the Book to come on down. Make your teachers battle the book in the gym.
competition of the tournament with our double winning student team, full box, which they tell me is a Fortnite phrase, Fortnite thing, versus the fabulous staff team. just a quick reminder, each team will get 6 questions. We'll go back and forth.
Mr. Mulholland, could you please report to the gym at this time? Mr. Mulholland to the gym.
So we have our 6th grade team here, full boxed, versus our staff team. The staff team, which is called half box, as they just said. No, that's not what they're really called. They're just joking around. Guess who said that?
Double box.
Of course. He said, never mind, they're double boxed. They're now called double boxed. Okay, so we have the lovely Mrs. Barbie, Mrs. Garlock, Mr. Ball, and Mrs. Shunk. And I think we have Mr. Mulholland arriving maybe with 2nd graders. No, we need 3rd graders. Okay, well, we are going to get started, even if they are without a member. Yeah. All right, so 6th graders, you are going to go first. For kids just joining, I give the first team a question. They get 30 seconds to talk to their teammates and say the title of the book. If they get it right, they get 5 points. And then they can guess the author's name. If they get the author's name right, they get another 5 points. If they get the title of the book wrong, then the other team gets to steal the question and try to get those 5 points. Then it goes to the next person. We're going to go back and forth till the end of the round. And whoever has the most points is the final school champion. Full Box has just won the 5th and 6th grade championship, and they played against the final 4th grade winning team, the 4th grade champions, and won by 5 points. It was a close one. Those teams were so good. So they're up here again to go against our staff team. Welcome, Mrs. Gelman.
You may say welcome to me.
I'm glad you're here. Okay, so here is the first question. In which book does the main character's family member sing a thank you song?
Alone?
Incorrect. And like I tell the kids, it's better to guess than not guess. Res Dogs is correct. Oh, I should have you grabbed a mic, Abby. Mrs. Galvin. It is Res Dogs. So they stole that 5 points. Hey, Res Dogs. Okay. Question 2, staff team, this is your question. In which book does the main character read 147 novels and 13 short story collections?
Alone.
That is correct. Do you know the author's name? That is correct. Nice job. Okay, 6th graders, this is your question. They're really coming with the answers. Okay, in which book were 2 characters freed near the Rio Grande River, or Rio Grande River? Fallout? Incorrect.
Once upon a camel.
That is correct. So they stole those 5 points. You do know Mr. Fall reads a lot of books in his class, right? Double box, he says. Okay, this is your question, staff team. In which book were man-made riverbanks called embankments made for a city?
The Great Stink.
That is correct. Author's name.
Sorry, don't know.
It is PAIF, or KF. So, yeah. All right, this is your question, 6th grade. In which book did the main character's brother not work in the fields, preferring to stay close to home and tend to animals all day?
Almost the circus?
Correct. Author's name.
Bird.
It is Bird. Okay. In which book does the U.S. send care packages every 26 months for the children in the book? Incorrect, but good guess. In which book does the U.S. send care packages every 26 months for the children?
Lion on Mars.
That is correct. The Lion of Mars. So they send care packages to the kids that live on Mars. Okay, this is your question. In which book are 2 stories told simultaneously, even though they are 18 years apart?
Ground. Sorry.
Ground zero.
You knew that already. It's okay.
That is correct. I did hear one
Alan
whisper
Gratz.
already, and it is by Alan Gratz. So yes, I will give that to you. Oh, he didn't hear you, so it's okay. They didn't hear a thing. Yes, it's okay. Okay, this is your question, staff team. In which book do the characters play a game where they pretend to not like food? Good guess, but incorrect. In which book do the characters play a game where they pretend to not like food?
When the world turned upside down?
Incorrect, it was Stella. Stella. Sometimes their family doesn't have enough food. Okay, this is your question, full box. In which book was the main character's relative a champion beater who had won many awards? A champion beater, as in beads, like jewelry beads.
Unspeakable.
Good guess, but incorrect.
Feeding 65 days to less.
That's another good guess, but it's incorrect. It was Res Dogs. So it was a Native American family member who made like Native ceremonial garments. That was a hard one. Okay, this is a staff team question. In which book are submarines containing torpedoes with purple painted tips sent sent on a special mission?
Follow.
Correct. Author's name? Oh. Incorrect. The author's name is Shankin. He wrote another really good book called Bomb, which is another nonfiction book. Okay, so this is your question, students. In which book does the main character live in Millerville, Colorado?
Alone.
Correct. Author's
Megan
name?
Freeman.
Megan E. Freeman is correct. And that was your final question. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Okay, staff team, this is your final question. So no pressure. The student team is up by 5. It's 30 to 35. No pressure. Okay. In which book is it mentioned that one bag of salmon jerky lasts for 103 days? Follow. That is incorrect. Really good guess.
365 days to Alaska.
That is correct.
Author name is Carr.
And the other thing is way to go.
Bulldogs.
These boys deserve a king. All right, thank you for everybody. Thank you to all the judges for helping. If you wish your students, please turn and listen to your teachers for directions.
My class will bring them on this side. Follow class will bring them on that side. Try to have them feet up. Okay. And
just do one at a time. I know some of you can't.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Go slow.
One at a time. Not a race.
One at a time.
They said one at a time. It's not the point is you have to listen to what the teacher says. Phone up. Athena, here you go.
Oh wait, they're still streaming.
We're only taking one at a time.
This feels like a simulator. It's called taking chair seconds. What was the name of the button?
Hi guys, that's it.
I was on the Megatron.
Thomas, get off of the stage. Hey, get off the stage. No one's going to get up there. Let's just hear our soldiers. You have a chair. Okay, set your chair right here. Right up next to you. No, set it out. Set it out. Like you're trying to sit. Sure. Okay. Now you're ready to go.
Stopped. Yes, it stopped.
Back here. Start right here.